Andrew, how you doing? I'm a mess. I didn't bring any water. Hold on, I'm a mess. This is not water, but it will do. Will do what I need it to do. Anyway, what's up? Happy Friday. I'm collecting just a pile of hair accessories. Waiting for Morgan so you can go over some paperwork. Fuck yeah. Congrats, you guys, on everything. I'm not gonna spread your business on the internet, but congrats. I'm so happy for you guys. Crossing all my fingers and toes for you. Everything goes well. Sorry, I'm late. I was crafting. I know, seriously, about damn time. I'm so glad you finally, or hopefully maybe done with that. I've been crafting. This is why I'm late. I was making this masterpiece. Me and my cricket from the library. It's a little bit of a mess, and I had to quit half part of the way through because this section was not cooperating. I had to cut it out twice, and both times. So I'll have to see if I can repair that too. It's a struggle. Thank you. I'm very excited. Next step once I finish is to glue the actual text block into it. And then I have a book. Then I have a full ass book. Number 1. And I have to design the other cover. Hold on. It's show and tell time. Show and tell time. Oh god. Dropping all my shit. So this is the text block that will go into this one. So it'll get glued in. And it will be... I can read my fan fiction physically. But it'll be... I think I need to press this text block because it's a little wavy. It's okay. I'll put it under some weights maybe tonight. And then this is text block number 2. She's a little bit bigger. Hold on. Just a little bit. Ignore the writing on the spine. The instructions said use craft paper as like to reinforce the thing. I don't have any craft paper apparently, but you know what I did have? Some old Shonen Jumps with manga pages that were like, they worked. They felt right. So the difference in size. And this is the jacket. So I mean, nothing on it, but it turned out better than the first one already because it's not bubbly. Like you can't. This one I had to take apart after I glued it back together because I miss. Ah! Set K. The vinyl's a little delicate. That's not a good sign. Don't like that. Oh no. Oh, I'll pause. I forgot it's ad break time. Have your advertisements finished? I'll pause my show and tell. Okay. Fabulous. It's all you missed is me fucking up the vinyl peeling up. Anyway, this one I had to, after I had glued it all together, take it apart, like rip these out, because I mismeasured the distance between these. It's supposed to be like 1.7 centimeters, and it was supposed to be 0.7 centimeters, and I did 1.7 centimeters, which is not. So I had to undo that, which has left air bubbles under the I almost said under the skin, under the fabric, under the cloth. But this one, there's no air bubbles. It's just clean and smooth. Mostly. Okay, there's a couple of air bubbles, but not nearly the same amount. And then the big beef will go inside. And I have, this one has yellow end papers, or like gold end papers. The other one has pink. They are both fan fictions. They're both different fandoms. They're not both Ace Attorney. Be proud of me. Anyway, that's what I've been doing all day, is this and stuff related to this. And also running to get flowers for the extravaganza tomorrow. Yeah, that's me. That's my nerd shit that I've been doing today, because I didn't work today. I took the day off because I had to use a bunch of my time before it expired at the end of the month. My holdover time. This lighting makes me look so rough. But if I do more lighting, then I'm gonna go washed out. Lucky me. I mean, I would have rather used it later, but I guess I'm just not working any Fridays in March because I'm bad at rationing my time off. Like, really bad. I need to remember to take like some vacation days this summer, like actual amounts of them, because otherwise I'm gonna be left with like so much time at the end of the year. Assuming I'm still at this job at the end of the year, but still. All the more reason I should use my time. Anyway, tonight we're gonna finish Duel Destinies. Oh, I'm so excited. I don't know how long it's gonna take. We have two court case sections left, which is, oh my god, I forgot, Miles is back. We're gonna be against Miles. I'm so excited. And yeah, and whatever that takes us to the end, I probably won't start, what is it, Spirit of Justice right after? I mean, it depends. If it only takes like 2 hours, maybe I will. But if it takes like 3 hours, I'll play something else for a little while after. Maybe I'll do puzzles. Oh, maybe I'll play the free puzzle game that I've been doing. And I'll do the multiplayer one so that if people want to join, they can. I think it's called Jigsaw Puzzle Dream. But yeah, that's the plan. Morgan has packed up 99% of her books. That's a feat. I commend her. Alright, let's get the game a rockin' and a rollin'. Okay. Yes, it's this one. Okay, so what did... Hi, Carly! I'm so ready. Okay, so to recap. Oh, God. It's the continuation of the space station case where Clay gets fucking murdered. Apollo's best friend. Apollo is gone rogue. and is doing his own thing for whatever reason. Yes, Trucy and Apollo have been taken hostage inside the Space Center by, what's her name? Blackwell's sister, who's a bitch and was definitely in love with Athena's mom, who got murdered 7 years ago. And all of this is related to them. Blackwell is definitely was falsely accused. My theory, okay, I was thinking about this earlier in the week. And I don't think this is going to be it, but this was a thought I had. Is that Blackwell, that nobody actually murdered Metis. She was killed because she was on that chair. And like, what if the machines did it? Or like on accident, like it stabbed her on accident. Because remember that chair, like the machine arms were coming down and like assembling robots. And like, what if she got accidentally murdered? But then, and like Blackwell just got blamed for it. But then who did the bomb threats and planted the bombs? How did the blood get on the katana? Well, my guess would be the katana got used by the machine. But I don't know. But then who planted the bombs? And who sent in the threats? And who did it this time and last time? I assume it was the arm thingies. I don't know. I don't know. I have no strong theory behind this. It was just a thought I had earlier in the week that I felt like voicing before I forgot about it. All right. December 20th. Almost Christmas. Could be either someone they introduce now or the sister. I could be the sister. I don't think they're going to be... Usually when they introduce a new killer, it's during the investigation phase that we meet a new person. We didn't meet anybody new during that last investigation. To my knowledge, to my memory. We're gonna... Okay. Clay, dead. Juniper? No, it was not Juniper. I don't think it was Starbuck. Don't think so. Simon? Falsely accused. Fulbright? I don't know why Fulbright would have done this. Doesn't make any sense. She's dead. He's a fucking idiot, but I don't think he would call a bomb threat on his own space center. Wasn't Fulbright talking to Bomb Guy? But Bomb Guy was in... Actually, I don't... You're right. We were talking to Tonate. Ted Tonate. But he wasn't in jail until... He didn't get arrested after... The courtroom didn't explode until after the Space Center exploded. So in theory, he could have planted the bombs, but like, what was his motivation to be involved 7 years ago? Sorry, I just felt an eyelash in my eyeball. Also, he's not in my list right now, which is sus. Ponko. Sweet Ponko. I don't think Sweet Ponko planted the bombs. That would be quite the twist. Aura, that's her name. I don't want to believe that she murdered Metis Sykes, but because she was like definitely in love with her, but Mrs. Case, so I don't know why he blew people up in the first place. He blew up the courtroom because... Why did he blow it up? Because he was going to get caught. He killed her. And then exploded the bomb. And destroyed the moonstone. That's true. So maybe he is. Clonko. Sweet Clonko. Rest in peace, Metis. I hope I'm saying your name right. Pearly Pearls. And my beloved, anyway. Hi, Pearls. I did a little research. I looked into those special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great. I really appreciate it. A red psyche lock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. But a black psyche lock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that that person isn't even consciously aware of. So, even though they don't know it's there, Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. She's got repressed memories. Athena likes pressy buttons. I can't. No, I refuse to believe she killed her own mother. We went through this with Miles. We're not going through it with Athena. Because that's what she's accused of right now. By Aura. It'd be an accident, but it still would be awful. Okay, so all I have to do is break the psyche locks. According to my research, a black psyche lock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they're ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Gulp. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all my focus and strength. All of my focus. To not flirt directly with him the whole time. Ugh. And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls. Alright. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. I mean, if they're alone in the crumbled ruins of Court 4. Hi, Morgan. Yeah, is there a judge? Did we get the judge? Let's see. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Again. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Look at the fucking court. Why is Klonko on the stand? Oh, right. Aura's talking through him, I forgot. Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of all the hostages snap. Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. My daughter is in there. Who's texting me? Andrew. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. Hi, Edgeworth, my... Ah! What is that face he's making? I don't like his 3D model. I don't like it. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What did you say? Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to His Honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. DreamWorks face. It's just there's not enough, like... I think part of the problem is there's not enough, like, contrast. So the face... Or, like, enough shadow. So the face looks a little flat sometimes. Also, I feel like his neck is too wide. Like, this face is fine. He looks much better 3/4 view. That might also just be true in general, because I don't love his this face His Debbie Ryan face. Where's that fucking picture? Hold on. Hold on. Where is it? Okay, I don't know where it is. I thought it was in this. Is this one? This face. I hate this face so much. Forgot that this was still here. Anyway. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today. Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. That feels a little too easy, but okay, my man. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree. God, the face he's making. Anime cutscene? Who are these people?
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
I don't know if I like this voice for him, but I don't know that I like Phoenix's either.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready.
You two, are you done flirting?
Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
Look at these dorks! Ah! I love them. Anyway. I can't. I think I'm gonna be making a lot of sounds like that tonight. I'm so sorry. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking off right where we left off. The immense sexual tension between us. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I need Edgeworth to put his glasses back on. He looks better with them. At least in this model looks better with them. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clues who was responsible for the sabotage? At the oh god, I forgot. At the very least. No, that's not it. How do I do a Russian accent again? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. Russian accent. My terrible Russian accent. The true culprit is a spy. I'm going to be hard to convince anyone of that, when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor. Put your glasses... I love that they're hanging off of his pocket. That's such a good detail. Very well, your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although, I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Meta Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Oh my god, I also forgot the stakes and why we're doing it in the exploded courtroom is because Blackwell's supposed to be put to death tomorrow. That just came to me just now. I forgot about that. I had the split second of a thought of like, why are we in an exploded courtroom again? Is it just for the drama? No, it's because Blackwell's going to be executed tomorrow. The victim, psychologist Metis Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother, Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were 2 deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. 1, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And 2, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime. It doesn't show the body. It does not the moment of the crime. It's like the moment after the crime, maybe. And he could have just been picking up the blade. The blade could have been in the arm, in this thing. Could have been in it, and he took it out. I don't fucking know. Looks like there's blood on the end of this, but I also can't tell because it's behind the... Very incriminating evidence indeed. Pretty good Russian accent. Thank you for humoring me. I appreciate it, Andrew. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed... Let me just go check on her really quick, because she's... I don't can't tell if that's something's wrong. Accidentally left the mail on the counter. I'm a fucking idiot. Anyway, could also be someone else in that photo. It could, honestly. I mean, he's young. I left the mayo out on the counter from when I made a sandwich earlier. Okay, that is blood. I mean, he's just a baby. No bushy hair, no gray. Could also be someone completely different. We don't have his face. And like, this thing could have, the sword could have been in the grip of this, and then psh. I mean, but it was all the way over there. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial sponsor, after all. What is that face he's making? I don't like it. It's not translated well. And then his lips are just moving like that. It's not good. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? And just who is this witness, anyway? Okay. Hi, Fulbright. Bobby Fulbright's the name, and Justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy, what with confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Klonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. Pardon me. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Alright, my man, excuse me. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentioned, there was other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing these 3 cases, all different sizes. But all 3 of them are here. Oh no, one is missing in this. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had perfectly good reasons to think that, too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. That's not... Okay, I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. 7-year-old video updated in the court record. We never see his face, further leaning on the it's not Blackwell theory. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give a proper testimony, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi. That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. Left the what? Wait, what? The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special abilities, aren't you, Mr. Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Professor Profather. When I was skipping through one of the episodes earlier in the week, one of the past episodes of this, and it was even before the fucking school case. I called Blackwell Protector Blackwell, also Professor Blackwell, but I called him Protector Blackwell without even catching myself. I was like, what the fuck's wrong with me? Are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. This fucking courtroom is in shambles. Protector is better. Honestly, it's probably unconsciously a fitting name for him, because I feel like he was protecting Athena. Anyway, order in the court. What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself, but we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. If only I could speak proper English without stuttering constantly. Oh my gosh, I have a lot of text messages. Thank you for retweeting the stream, Carly. I love you. Okay, what am I pressing? Isn't the murderer trying to cover for someone else at the scene of the crime? I mean, if he's really out there to steal the moon rock, then why the rolling case?
Hold it!
This rolling case, I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it, but was absent when the crime scene photos were taken. Yes, that's the one. Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these 2 photos. She has? And what is that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right, of course. Reading them now. So why the rolling case? Okay.
Hold it!
And how do you propose he hit a person inside one of those cases?
You want a big boy? You want a little boy?
A little boy. Thank you for the 37-month resub, Cody. Edward's 3D face still throws me, but he's so handsome. I don't like this 3D model. I don't like what his face is doing. I feel like it would be better if he had his glasses on. But like, this face he's making right now, I don't like it. I don't like any of them. The 3D models are kind of janky. Anyway, have you forgotten what we saw just such a thing only the other day at your daughter's magic show? She fit a grown person into a spot. He was at a magic show. The 2 of them went to Drew's magic show. I'm so normal about this. I'm so normal about this. We saw just a thing the other day. I'm gonna have a panic attack. She fit a grown person into a small box. Oh yeah, way to ruin the memory of a good day. It was a good day, guys. It was a good day. You can be normal, I'm here to be feral. I mean, I am feral. Also, now that my friends are here, here's my kind of fucked up bookcase that I keep touching and fucking up further, which is not great considering it's a book and it's gotta be touched. Now I just have to glue it in. So here's my progress on the second one, the much larger one. Obviously haven't done cover design on it yet, but if anybody wants to guess what fandom this fanfiction is from, you probably, unless I told you probably will not guess. A magic show? I wish you would have thought to invite me is not Supernatural. I haven't read Supernatural fanfiction in so long. I'm afraid to read anything until I finish the show as well. Is it Trolls? It is not Trolls. Actually, I would have liked to go too. Is it Cars? No. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time, I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? I got distracted by his husband. Not Our Flag Means Death. Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide someone. Alright.
Hold it!
It's not a fandom I've talked about in a long time, or I feel like you would expect me to be reading fan fiction of. This is like an old comfort fan fiction from like college that I still read like once a year at least. But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
That's his objection? It sounded like he had food in his mouth. Not Hitalia. There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in that case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? Oh, God! Oh. I mean, that's fucking Phoenix's specialty. Sure. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Oh, that'd be very interesting I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? God. All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. All right then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? The arm. It's the arm. It's this. This. It's not this. Fuck. Oh, it is. Okay. I didn't wait a split second long enough. Please notice that there's a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which, what are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for every glance per eyeball. Stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Phoenix! I was so bothered the OG Edgeworth objection was so good. Yeah, I don't love it. I don't know that I love Phoenix's voice either in this one, because it's different from the original, but I like it better than I like what they've done to Edgeworth's voice. That's for fucking sure. Anyway, I don't know who's voicing him. I'm probably shitting on somebody, but I mean, I'm definitely shitting on somebody, but Your Honor, about this robot part. Does it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and a robot arm. But was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe. I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion, the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. What? Clonk, Ponko. Wait, are we really gonna? Is it Ponk? We're really gonna accuse Ponko? Probably Ponko of being controlled by somebody, but we can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm at the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Edgeworth, fuck you, I have evidence. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. This.
Take that!
Right? The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought the machines healed in the same way people do. Makes you feel better. I keep thinking Phoenix's objection is Apollo, with how much he sounds like the OG Apollo. Yeah! I keep getting thrown off by Apollo's voice, too. It's much deeper than, like, I think it was. And this voice, now that you mention it, yeah. This sounds a lot more than... a lot more like what I think Apollo's voice would sound like. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandage wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself into a ball, even if it was the largest of the case. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. Get Ponko on the stand. Yeah. Ponko, sweetheart. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. They've got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit in the case by dismantling her, compacting her? I guess dismantling her. She was already partially dismantled, right? Yeah. Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside the rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
No. Now I'm upset. Damn. Okay. Anyway. Except that there was a body on the table where robots were dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take a robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion on as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of very tough material. A blade could slice right through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean... That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. I'm not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene of the time of the murder. At the scene. Ah! My head, my body! Where am I? That's not her voice, but I don't remember what her voice really was. That's more Athena's voice. Order in the court! It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit, I repaired her myself afterwards. Photo of the crime updated. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
I hate it! Well played, Mr. Wright. You made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright. What's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claims that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes and Miss Blackwell's theory, or was Miss Blackwell's theory. I've been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth. He's been one step ahead of me this whole time. When is he not, Phoenix? In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the scene of the crime? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body as if he were holding something or someone. What the fuck? You think that skinny twink could hide a whole ass child in his arms like that? That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. A blood stain with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore those big, heavy-looking headphones. He's good. Can you tell that's who I'm texting? He gets to leave work an hour early. It was a guess, yeah. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, it was no mere blood spatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then was imprinted into Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. Most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. Edgeworth, there's no fucking way this man carried... There's no fucking way. This man... Where do I not get that picture? There's no way he's hiding her. From that angle? Mm-mm. Phoenix, chill. There's no way. If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against him.
Objection!
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I can't. That sounds more like... What the fuck? Von Karma's objection. Like that deep, like, gruff. That's not Edgeworth. That's not Edgeworth. Guess he's old now? He's not old! He's 34! Like, he's not old! Sorry. Him and Phoenix are only 34. I'm sorry, Carly. No. This is 8 years from... This game only takes like a year. This game only takes place like a year after after Apollo Justice. So it's been 8 years since Phoenix has been disbarred. He was 24, I think. 26, I guess, when he was disbarred. He missed all of the Apollo game. Fair enough. There's a 7-year time jump between Trials and Tribulations and Apollo Justice. That's why I keep going, another 7-year time jump? Another one? God. I love that they had to bring the crowd into this broken-ass courtroom. I know, why is there... Who the fuck in the audience decided, yeah, I'll go to that. This sounds like a good time. I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was a real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Because Trucy, so Trucy is not Phoenix's biological daughter. I don't know if you thought she did. Phoenix adopted Trucy when she was, I want to say 6. She's 17 in this game, I believe, or 16 maybe. She's 16. So maybe she wasn't 6. Maybe she was like 8. No, yeah, I think maybe she was like 8 years old when Phoenix adopted her. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I don't believe it was considered I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness? Judge, we've had weirder witnesses. This case! We had an orca! Or this game. There was an orca. We cross-examined an orca. Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Yeah, not even talking about the parrot. not even bringing in fucking Polly the parrot. In this game alone. Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years, so why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Is this the game? Is this the case where Edgeworth makes us call him Daddy? Or is that the next game? Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. Hi, Ponko. Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko. Yes, I realize that, but when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. What an utterly inflexible little robot. Edgeworth, you get frustrated way too easily. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. That's got a lot of meanings. Phoenix. You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. Alright, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Metis Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab. Certainly. Just one moment. Searching database. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab. I love she's standing on the little orange crates. It would seem the robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. Me fucking too, though, Phoenix. So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? What I saw. I hope I'm doing the same Ponko voice I was doing before. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then, Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. and then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Oh. Well, it sounds like the defendant was, without question, at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but... Yes, what this witness's statements are telling us is... The defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment.
What? Edgeworth, you're making so many leaps of logic.
Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly. I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument. And then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless.
Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless.
Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time.
Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. The two of them are gonna bang so hard after this.
I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright.
I'll show you both how fruitful any cross-examination can be. All right. It's at 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. Then Mommy Metis fell down. I charged up. Mr. Simon came in. An error occurred.
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment? Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Her heart?
Mr. Wright, have you...
Oh, wrong voice.
Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document that we found in the robotics lab?
Basically, a voice actor was like, it's my 5th birthday. People started posting dinosaur gifs under him being like, oh, that's a baby. What? I mean, I still felt like a baby when I turned 25. I still feel like a baby at almost 27. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably teenagers being fucking stupid. I know as a kid I was like 25. That's so ancient. That's like an actual adult. Dinosaurs, have you met them? What the fuck is wrong with people? There's one difference between like joking around with your friends with that, but that's just fucking bullying.
These robots have a heartbeat detection system.
Most voice actors are much older than 25. Most of the famous ones. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. Can determine the presence of human... They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means... if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment... Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. Of all the unlucky timing, you had heard anything after that. It could have possibly proven that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
The Robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear that it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing.
After Mommy Menace's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room.
So nowhere near where she died. The workbench, huh?
Ponko must be talking about that table to the right of where that giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe the statement is critical. I like to add it to her testimony.
Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl.
Mommy Menace fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room.
Objection!
Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful? Hooray! I am so happy. Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table.
But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations.
Thank you, Judge. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult, so the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder.
Whew, I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Judge.
Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Nothing more.
Objection!
God, I hate it. Every time. Also, there's no life in his little now. Like, it's so... Anyway, I'm just gonna... Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. This is, you know, we've only been back in the swing of things for a couple months, Edgeworth.
Green? I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit.
Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say?
If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her.
Moved for her? But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there.
I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there.
He's trying to say that another robot did it.
We can therefore conclude the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest moved the body? Don't you know it's the nature of a robot to help people do things?
Miss Ponko. Miss Panko. Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question. Wonder if he lost jobs because people considered he lied about being older, I mean. Roll up the kudzu. My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large to the operating table?
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Athena asked you to?
What did you move, little Ponko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell what a thing is. Just checking that there's no ID tags visible in these pictures. That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Back up again. Recognize people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said. And she's not wearing her jacket.
So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved. Edgeworth! My name is Panko! Edgeworth, why do you keep... But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? You're just being an ass on purpose. So for the VA guy, someone said he was like 38 and he said he lost jobs because of it. That's so stupid. That poor guy. We do? Well, I do at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, moved the body onto the operating table. Panko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell? I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. Give it up, right? If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over her chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object. But Panko was equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means... Objection! A face can easily be covered by a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench. Then, using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Order. But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You can learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table? The one special feature. I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right? That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting. This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Panko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought the machines healed in the same way people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace... Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table.
Hold it!
No! Don't say another word. Just stop! Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be true! Okay. It's not, because obviously, but... Order in the court! Order in the court, I say! That's my faux daughter, you bitch! Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. I like to think Athena and Apollo are Trucy's older siblings. Yes, absolutely. Me too. The family structure goes Daddy Phoenix, Papa Edgeworth, Trucy, Apollo, and Athena. They are, and Kay Faraday. Those are the children. We can have also Emma Sky as well can be over here. She's loosely part of it with Uncle Gumshoe on the side. The Wright family. The Wright Anything Agency family. And Pearls. Obviously Pearls. Can't forget about Pearls. Pearls and Maya. Aunt Maya. And Cousin Pearls. I think Pearls and Trucy might be the same age. Pearls actually might be 1 year younger. Oh no! Pearls is older than Trucy! I did not realize that. Pearls is a year older than Trucy. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. Maybe it's just because you gave her baby voice. It's true. She still has her baby voice. Just because I can only do so many voices. And I just de-babied her voice like a little bit. Tried to do, not do as much of a baby voice as before. Just like a little bit of a baby voice. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? I'm not hating, it's just her. Yeah, okay. Evidence. Right. Let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Her baby voice is hers. She is always baby. Yes. Pearls is always baby. Sweet baby. With the penguins following her and her mispronouncing Mr. Edgeworth. Edgeworth. Now, accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Phoenix, get it together. Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something. But I can't think of a single thing. Hi, Blackwell! Prosecutor Blackwell! This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Have we ever seen him straight on? I don't know that we have. Maybe I think we did last time when he was in the interrogation room, but that's it. Not very often. I'm not used to seeing him full frontal. I was about to say something, but I love his music. His music is so good. All the music in these games are so good, but I'm a big fan of this music. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? He's gonna be like, I did it. I'm the one who murdered her. Because I'm not letting Athena go to jail for it. 7 years ago. 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness, I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer.
Look at that face. He's so cute.
Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please go ahead. "7 years ago, I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was.
You couldn't have said that less what's the word? Less convincingly. Like,
it was so cathartic. The little punko here witnessed the victim falling. In other
Objection!
words, I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be... She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony. You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself, and she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena.
he's got great hair.
This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying, even now, to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer, beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go, so I can settle down into hell?
Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over.
Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder?
That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell?
Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor?
Blackwell, you selfish.
Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict.
Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. No, I can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. You can cross-examine him. You know, your job. Who is it this time? Athena! Athena, what are you... Are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might be just the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes don't know. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know. They've been just as hard on me, you know.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Anime cutscene? No. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Oh god, this fucking man. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet, you found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. Excuse me. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what the truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Athena is being so brave confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago.
Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain, for I am not a man that can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. Widget. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But why, girly? But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. Why are you happy? And then I committed the act. Oh, how cathartic it was. This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that?
Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved.
Merely that. Why were you looking for Athena? Just now you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead?
I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that.
Ugh. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. When I found Athena in the robotics lab, I was really... This is really cute. The pose is really cute. Which is why I hate them being shipped together so much. Because he's a full-grown adult. And she's 11. Anyway, she's 21 and that will not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. She did. I plunged the katana in. Why are you sad? Is she even allowed to stand there with Phoenix? Yeah, I don't know. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. Ugh. He can't be talking about that. Can he? I was just a convenient subject for her research. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment, I thought, as I went to see? Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now, take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. He's lying. It went up? I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
How much self-loathing must you have to let yourself be executed for a crime you didn't do? I feel like he's doing this because he feels guilty that he couldn't save Metis. I don't know. I think he does have beef with Metis Sykes, as do I, for treating Athena the way she did. But not enough to... I don't know. I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first? Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over. Heard crying from next door. Of course I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Athena out there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over. You said she cried herself to sleep. Oh, here's that. Oh God, I don't know. Dr. Sykes came in.
Why is he more surprised?
Got it!
Okay, music stopped. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Tss. Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight, so I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worth that fine blade. You're lying! You're lying!
Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now.
You're lying! It's at 100% now. What's going on here?
Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate.
It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony.
Alright, let's give it a thorough check then.
Ponko attacked me. Yep, this is a lie.
Objection!
No, you did not. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See that blood stain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming that it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No. Most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said it in your testimony that you cut up Ponko. Then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first, before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now. You have no idea what you're doing.
His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something.
Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom?
All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings.
Jesus, Father and Son are trying to open the lab door, and then I saw it, that terrible scene. Before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I had no choice but to kill my mentor. What terrible scene. Oh God. No choice but to kill my mentor. Get Athena out of there. I feel like this is the one. But what are we probing? I don't think it's the lab. Hitting all the wrong buttons.
It's either Ponko or Athena. But I don't think seeing something wrong with Ponko would make him freak out in this way. I don't know. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor?
You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it.
Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too?
Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say that you believe that to be true? Right, Dono?
I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
Curse you, Phoenix Wright. It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget.
I'm really nervous too.
When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, oh God, covered in blood, was Athena.
Oh shit. Oh my God. Athena did not do it.
She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, "Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her."
Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted.
I think she was in shock, obviously. But I think she came upon that scene.
No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth. And this is what it is?
I don't know if it was creepy for show or she was somehow possessed. That's a good question. This game is not against being possessed by ghosts, so it's franchise. It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart. I No! So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena.
As I said, right. The truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart.
She loved me?
Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices in people's hearts. She wanted you to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes, my head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger then than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No, that can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much?
Her love for you is real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case and held Athena close and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all the facts of this case.
Hold it!
No way. No, not yet. It can't end like this.
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. No way. Or are you the type of man to turn your back on to things you disagree or that disagree with you? I'm not. But this, I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. Is that a lover's quarrel? The defense is prepared to present evidence.
Mr. Wright. Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake.
Athena, what are you saying?
I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts.
No.
I admit my guilt. Her with the sassy pose. Why would they put her in that pose? But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall?
It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then, if you would please take the stand, Miss Sykes.
Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end.
Athena. Prosecutor Blackwell be cleared, and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion.
I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty.
But it's not on the handle. What do you mean? I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument? I do. Yes.
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright.
But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end.
Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on the matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul.
I did a little research. I looked into those special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart, there might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. Might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession?
My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the events. I can just tell.
If there's a problem with her confession, please prove it to this court now.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor.
But I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers.
That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts.
You're right.
Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she's also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memory means? Gladly. Just give me a second to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think. What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? The defendant used a different weapon. Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time, I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So, if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, there's also a screwdriver missing. It could help me prove her innocent. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right, of course you would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? How does he do that? I can't back down now. Not here, not now. It's because he's your soulmate, Phoenix. That's why. That's right. I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute. There is something. There's a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in the evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like that. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene. The utility knife? The utility knife.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life, but there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this are issued to Space Center employees, and a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that, once you told me just now. Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit found at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents.
He is obviously missing one.
You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool.
Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design on these handles? Oh, they're out of order.
Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You were the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense.
These two fucking lovers quarreling right in front of everyone.
Now he is simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright.
Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them.
I see that they do, but what significance does that have?
It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man.
Show the court then, if you would. What pattern of design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools?
A Gaiac symbol. There's one.
Take that!
Pardon me while I have a snack.
What design is this supposed to represent?
The Gaiax logo, Your Honor, is on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gaiax is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Gaiax logo shines in the sunlight above the entryway. I really dig the stars and rockets motif it's got going. Gaiax, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? New name. Why would it be on the tools 8 years ago? 7 years ago.
Anyway, I think I see it now, but...
Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo, the red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the Gaiax logo.
So it would. Then that means...
Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. I think he's more offended by the first comment than the second.
Order in the court.
Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone, using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes.
Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife.
Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again?
What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous, or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put the blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon. Yeah, exactly, Carly. She's 11! She would not come up with that sophisticated plan. She's 11! And then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
Yeah, he definitely is. You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands? No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there, you cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes, and then the suspicion keeps coming back. Do you even know when the murder happened? That's a good question. It's almost as if between 1 and 3 p.m. on October 7th, instant death due to a stab wound to the heart. Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true, and the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because it's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Phoenix, chill out. It's not the end of the line. We still have 5 psyche locks we could unravel. I don't want to believe it. I can't. It can't be true. But what if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Is giving up really the only option? Yeah, I could see the biggest smiles. No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving in to doubt. I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her. To the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case. Thoroughly. Yep, okay. Mind Palace time. I can see the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with a utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Someone else. Third person was at the scene. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude that the third person was at the scene. It's Aura. Is it Aura, maybe? But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only 2 there. So then how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know, this person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition by covering their own face. I guess the person hid their face. But wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. As Meta Sykes. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. Her jacket. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. That still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit? The defendant is herself. Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations. You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second, because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now, I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? Dr. Wright? Where did that come from? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes.
Objection!
Phoenix Wright could never. Never. Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
Just bluffing diagnoses until he figured out you have a cold. He'd probably be better than Dr. Hottie at the fucking Hottie clinic, that creep. After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? Huh, you make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Clonko's strange malfunction. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sickbay? Mr. Terran? That's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Clonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition. And then, all the person had to do was wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as
Objection!
Exactly. Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because, by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? So does that mean? Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed, this third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes, is her mother's real killer. But that's... I'm... impossible! Was he saying I'm or was he saying im? And I just made up there being an apostrophe. A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? No, yeah, okay, it was im. Order in the court. Is Sykes? Did you say something? A mask? Yes. I remember Athena,
What is it? I'm gonna break one of the locks. I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head.
Miss Sykes, are you all right?
No! Black psyche locks. They're breaking. Oh god, all of them! It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. Clay is the same age as Apollo, who is a couple years older than Athena. They're gone. The black psyche locks are finally gone. Yeah. So 5 years older. Because he's in this, I missed it, this picture. That's Clay on the end. And Athena would have been a baby. He's, what, 16 in this picture? You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... It's all right. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. Did he kill Metis? There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. Did he... You mean Clay? Oh my god, I didn't pick up on that in the moment. It was like a student's uniform, wasn't it? No, they couldn't. No, they couldn't. They couldn't do that, could they? And there was a man there.
A man?
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. Shut the fuck up, Your Honor. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and... he dodged it first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? Oh my god, whose jacket was this? Is it his jacket? Because Clay didn't have... This wasn't his... Clay borrowed this jacket from him, like a spare, because he didn't have his own. I'm so... Oh, God. Because there's the mask. I swear to God, if they made Clay the murderer. I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me and I passed out. Okay, so he swiped the clothes and then stabbed the back of the hand. Stabbed the back. I don't remember any of them showing the back of their hand. And I don't think I don't have the picture of dead. Hold on. I need to look up Clay Terran dead. Terran crime photo. Oh, it's... His hand is face up, and the other's in a glove. This is a terrible quality image. Can it load? Okay, it's the back of his hand anyway. Okay. Oh yeah, it would have been before the murder. Listen, I was like, yeah, oh my god, you're right. Okay. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Punko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived, a man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit.
Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that? Yes. The mask, it was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
This mask hanging here on the wall.
It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. A phantom? Phoenix.
It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means all that suspicion against Miss Sykes has...
You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackwell, this is not good. A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who would say it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Good for you, Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So, I'd like to say one thing, if I could. This man talked to his dead boss of the regular, but a phantom is out of the question. Ponko came to the robotics lab about 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then, Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise... Right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? Do I? I have no time on this. Oops, sorry. Sorry. No timestamps on any of these. Workbench. All cases hanging. Oh god, I don't know. Ooh, that one. Girl, I actually don't know. Like, at all. I said it earlier? Oh. Video showing the corridor. Black was the only one to pass through the time of at the time of the crime. How do we know if it's Blackwell? I'm looking it up because I don't want to get it wrong. Do it. Everybody drink. I don't think I have... I think the only thing I have down here is Malibu, and I don't really have anything to mix it with, unless I mix it with strawberry lemonade. Sugar-free strawberry lemonade. I feel like that wouldn't be very good. Actually, there might be some really old margarita. Margarita doesn't go bad, does it? Like it's in a sealed... I mean, it's not... It's in a bottle. A glass bottle. When prompted, present the 7-year-old video. Okay. I don't blame you, Carly.
Take that!
This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looked like they didn't check. I think the mix technically can, but I have no idea. This is what I have. I don't see anything on it that's like... Granted, I think this has been in my fridge for like a year, so we might be pushing it. But it's been cold that whole time. If it tastes bad, I won't drink it. It smells fine, honestly. Smells like margarita. Cheers. Tastes like margarita. My face is the tequila. Okay. Looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. There, please stop it right there. Is it gonna be Clay? I swear to God! It's just like you said. It's just like you said. There was a man leaving the scene of the crime. 16-year-old Clay? Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him. I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes's. Can you see it? There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. Oh, and it used, like, Ponko's... What is, like, written... I thought it was, like, Ponko's bandages, but what is written all over it? And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said...
Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hid her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself as Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were in the lab. Okay, so I'm glad they showed these pictures again, because these buttons, I was like, oh, it's the uniform. No, it's just the buttons of the jacket. So maybe it isn't Clay. Those are just generic black pants. I would... 16-year-old Clay, that would be something else. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look as if she were alive to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid it's just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible there in the video. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? The victim brought it back. The defendant brought it back. The killer brought it back. Oh, God. Okay. Athena brought it back. Metis was dead, so it's not the victim. Why would Athena have brought it back? It has to be the fucking killer. That's the only thing that makes sense. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape, but in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body, and they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? Who reported the body?
A puzzling question indeed.
Yeah, what would Clay's motive have been? When did the culprit have a chance? I guess when the body was found. Not at the time of the murder, obviously. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found.
Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument?
I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body.
I would never have thought of that.
Me and Phoenix synced up.
Order in the court. What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
1 second. Okay, just kidding. The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat 1 launch. Of those people, one of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will?
We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean? I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? Edgeworth didn't want Athena to go to jail. he's been an asshole, but he's been doing the thing that they do so well, which is force Phoenix to fucking figure it out. Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I need to further prolong. I see no need to further prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence. The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis, and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that— Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her. They were in love. Her respect as a coworker wasn't all that I wanted. Oh my god! Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Aura, there is something I've wanted to say, if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murderer is. You do? Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat. Oh, having a Phoenix being like a phantom was probably in relation to this phantom, and not him being like, ghosts, what the fuck? Like, I think he must have been like, phantom, oh my god. Somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him, his background, his appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. Maybe it is Clay. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results and the recordings were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them, but where could they have been? Who was to say? Wow, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Taka! Baby boy! Up his ass! Very good, Carly. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, came my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. Better hold on to this real tight. Phantom Psychic Profile. Subject's emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Psychological Profile. Classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? Okay. A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness nor anger, and naturally no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom indeed, a fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Well then. It seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever. Do what you want. You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict.
Is it Apollo showing up?
You!
Yeah, hi, my man. What are you doing?
Apollo! What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us?
Oh my god. I don't think I'm going to be playing a puzzle game after this. It's been 2 hours and 41 minutes. Jesus Christ. Let's see how many parts are in this next bit. Just out of curiosity. It's long. Okay. It's really long. Jesus Christ. Oh god. I think no puzzles. That's okay.
Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent.
What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled.
I'm not talking about the past year. I'm talking about the present case. It's still not clear who killed Clay Terran.
But Apollo, why would you...
Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do?
How'd you get out of the Space Center? I'm like sweating. How did you get out but Trucy is still there?
Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time. But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do.
I mean, he was in the Space Center, and we sent Trucy after him to, like, watch after her. I watch after him. Because he was also in the Space Center with us when we were talking to Aura. I don't know. Maybe Apollo and Trucy are scheming like true siblings. Oops, sorry. Apollo. Sure, you know I'm all for the truth. Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial. Very well. Is it all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately. Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Terran. I almost said Tay Claren. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1, when the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum. The killer attacked Mr. Terran with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the space museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Terran's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. I'd better rearrange my evidence. Relevant evidence swapped into the court record. Oh, the bomb is back. The emergency ladder, okay. The lighter, right, because Athena's prints are on it. Our statement. The perp held a lighter with an Earth emblem in their left hand and a knife in their right. Okay. The biometric data with the picture. That footage and the autopsy. Okay. Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please. Apollo, what are you doing? Apollo Justice's accusation. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Terran. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launch pad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. What do you mean she could have used the switch? Order in the court. Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you? Yes, Your Honor, because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. But Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. What did you find out over the past few days that makes you think this? She's the only one who could have utilized the launch pad switch to escape. Hold it! What do you mean? Isn't it possible that somebody else used that same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there is a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launchpad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Terran and Mr. Starbuck. There's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Terran's killer, or rather, Miss Sykes, coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in boarding lounge 2. First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Athena said she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident. And then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day. I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into the boarding lounge too.
That must have been when the camera captured her. And that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
Objection!
That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. What? Why? Order in the court. That can't be.
But if it is, then it is incredibly incriminating.
Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched?
Yeah, that was before I knew if fucking Athena was in there. Throwing shit around on accident. I'm a mess. What is Apollo's problem? Seriously.
The fact that you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Fright. What the fuck?
Join me, Carly. Though you're further along than I am.
Hold it!
That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts that we don't know about yet.
If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder.
But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Terry.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo?
Okay. I just need to press everything. It's one of those.
Hold it!
What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes?
It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Terran, my bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelets told me otherwise. And then, every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court, so I decided to wear an eye patch so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells.
So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago.
Objection!
That knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Terran. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too.
I guess he has a point.
My bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her.
Okay.
Hold it!
Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own coworker?
You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend. And that's why I just have to know the truth.
Apollo suspected his trusted coworker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer.
Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments? Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice, and your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, What do you think of my theory? Looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless you think there was an alternative escape route. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright?
Is that what you think, Phoenix?
Was there an alternative escape route?
Of course.
Yes, of course there must have been.
Just don't ask me what.
You're just bluffing again, aren't you?
Me? Bluff? No way. He knows me too well.
It's fine, Mr. Wright.
It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine.
As long as you can. Okay, maybe it is Apollo. Clear up this doubt inside me!
Wait, so this is what this was all about?
I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her.
So that you can really trust me?
Seems your junior partner has showed us what trials are truly about.
I believe you're right. What is happening?
We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant, while we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. And when the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust.
Sure, guys. Whatever you say.
That is exactly what trials are about. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me. So I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid.
That's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart.
Good, because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again.
You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities.
Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to?
Oh, girly. The control room, maybe? I mean, I don't know how the fuck they got in there. But, it's like the only thing that makes sense. No. Sorry, my sister texted me. My sister texts me the weirdest shit. I like read it and then I started thinking about the case and then I had to think about it again. The only person who could get in this door is the director. And the director is here. Cosmos is here. So they couldn't get through here. And they couldn't get through here. Assuming there's not some mystery second person who can get into this door. So did they get through the corridor? Girl, I don't fucking know. They really only could have escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbucks prince to get through the door.
Objection!
It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is the killer is none other than the defendant. I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? If the culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum, then I guess it's true. The only exit would have been into Boarding Lounge 2. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the Boarding Lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. But the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. That leaves us with no other conclusion to draw but Athena Sykes was the culprit. I mean, if they could get out of that window, they could have climbed down the ladder. What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? Was there really no other escape route? That's Apollo's voice. But hold on a sec. What if... I don't know what you're getting at, babe. Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? I'm glad you're suddenly remembering those. I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into Boarding Lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly when an alternate escape route opened up for our culprit. Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. I looked up and read spoilers, so I can't say anything ever. Okay. Fair enough, Carly. Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides Boarding Lounge 2? Oh, girly pop. I don't know. Outside? No. Wrong button. They just fucking jumped out? Oh, girl. I mean, if they're... I can't think of another place. They wouldn't be able to get to any place inside of here. So they just fucking jump? Break their fucking ankles? We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, okay, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Ah! Do you mean? Yep, while the Space Museum was in motion, just beyond the corridor's safety door, was an alternative place that the culprit could have used to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was fucking jumping the area outside the Space Center. You're freaking insane!
Objection!
You're fucking insane, Phoenix. Do you know how impossible that would be? The corridor is level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes, but after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? Alright, this is what the culprit used to leap to the outside wall of the main building. I guess it was the fucking ladder.
Take that!
An emergency ladder. There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab, and it was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down to the ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined? Order in the court. Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes it puts Swiss cheese to shame. Alright, then, name one. I have here detailed information about this basin. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during the movement is a full 20 feet. Okay, they just have to catch the fucking ladder. It's 20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? Made a mistake by getting drunk and having donuts in your house. You're living my best life right now, Carly. I wish I was drunk and also had donuts. In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit will be leaping to a precarious place. An unstable ladder. This game is so good. It is. I love these games. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct. But not our fucking Phantom, because he feels no emotions. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. So if it's our Phantom, it can't be Clay, because Clay was dead. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to boarding lounge 2.
Objection!
Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down, and then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened. That's a good point. But you claim that, despite all of this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap, and all in the brief moment the corridor and ladder passed by each other. That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. Their timing was off, or they couldn't jump far enough. It would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Why do you always have to point out every flaw? Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear on some level. Right? No. We have exactly the shit.
You want a big boy? You want a little boy?
A little boy. Hi, Maya. Thank you for the 13-month resub. How you doing? Sup with you? Aha. I've got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternative escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternative escape route. Take that! What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Just went to an improv show, then ice cream, just got home. Sounds like a lovely night. How was the show? And what flavor of ice cream did you get? And was it a new place or a place you've already been? Doesn't feel fear? Right. You can't be serious. Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted.
It was fun. First time I went to it, but it happens every month. Sounds like a blast. How much more of this game do you have? This is the last part. I think this part's gonna be long, but this is the last part. Then we are done the whole game.
Alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted. That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. But was there such a person there at the scene?
Yes. The Phantom. That mysterious, shadowy figure who keeps popping up.
Oh dear. The Phantom again?
I knew the Phantom was there behind the scene of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran. This fucking bombed out courtroom every time we cut to it.
Order in the court. Order, I say. Mr. Wright, please continue.
There was just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom.
So then, this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he?
This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Look at this unidentified international spy be? Aura Blackwell? I mean...
Right, this escape route must have been part of the Phantom's plan from the start.
It was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch, as was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch. Hold on. Right, this escape room must have been part of the Phantom's plan from the start, as was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advanced warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? Are they saying... No. No. The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder. But he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which... Are they saying Fulbright was involved? So you mean... the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular detail, that particular ladder was going to be used? That's right.
Who could it be?
Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder, after being told to by the detective leading the Fulbright? You've got to be kidding me. Did you figure it out, right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do.
Who is it? Who killed Clay?
Our mystery spy knows the Phantom is none other than... Fulbright? After the explosions,
A member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quiet. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. I'm so... As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. What the fuck? His objective was to secure his own escape route. We lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. I can't believe this. This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but what his psych profile says he is without emotion. His psych...
Take that!
What are you saying? You mean the Phantom is Detective Bobby Fulbright? Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom. I'm so confused. What the fuck? We're in the court. Mr. Wright, how could this be? That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Carly. I'm sorry you looked it up. Verily, it was all a part of his plan to create an escape route. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the... Can you tell I'm like in shock? I don't know. Lowered from the robotics lab. He went to the lounge where he killed Clay Terran and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving, slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start. My heart is pounding right now. And just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leapt onto it. I don't believe it. That addle-pated detective did all that. Was it really him? I mean, all this time, I thought... Sorry we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright. The heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? In justice we trust. Then, his concern for Simon was also just one big act? I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. That monster killed Clay? He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he's the only one who brought that bloodstained lighter to court, too. Or he's the one who brought that bloodstained lighter to court, too. The scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it, how the hell did I fall for that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess, and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand. I'm so...
Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I... Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. Apollo. Ugh. Well, this is awkward. Apollo, you owe Athena an apology. Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Could you punch me, please? What? Why should I do that? Carly. Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust. Ouch! Don't be such a dope. I was really touched by what you did. Huh? Now what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again. Guess I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you. Yeah. Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. And they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Aura Blackwell has surrendered and the hostages have been set free. Trucy and all the others. Oh, thank goodness. Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. Oh, here she is. Miss Blackwell! I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions were what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you. Miss Aura! She better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Yes, it's true. The courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me. Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again? No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis' killer down. Leave it to us. We'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us, at least. Aura. Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful. Can we get him out of these shackles, please? I never imagined you would go that far, though you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help. As closed as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. Yeah, seriously, girl. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty. You know me all too well. I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though, because of you, looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Simon.
Oh. I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Aura. Alright, that's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. I can't believe he killed Clay. Right. And murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor. Yes. I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along. After all, it's highly conventional for a man of my position to stand in court. Sir, the formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand. I'm much obliged. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? How long have I waited? Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we've still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena, I promise. Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me. I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me, now can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But, are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo. Athena, I can say with all my heart now, I believe in your complete innocence, and now we're going to prove it to the world. Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it. You gonna take that bandage off, Apollo?
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Said a little too
Right, because I'm fine now.
handsome boy. Now this is the Apollo I know. Welcome back, Apollo. It's almost time for the trial to restart, though it looks like you have things well in hand. Yep. I should head back to the prosecutor's office. Not before I give you a kiss goodbye. But why? I want to look into a few things. Namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. I expect to be repaid with a victory, right? Now, if you'll excuse me, I expect to be repaid tonight. Anyway,
Okay, you two all set to go? You bet I am. Let's do this. Oh, I love them so much. This is it. The final battle. Snowplow story. The snowplow story. The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. What is the snowplow story? Am I forgetting something? And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. I don't want to call it what it is with the fic. Oh! I don't think it was called Snowplow. I didn't think it was Turnabout Toast. I know which one you're talking about. It's like a bus or something. Am I about to look through our DMs just to see what the fuck this is called? I don't remember. The weird shit I've sent you. God only. Oh! No, that's Turnabout Toast. It has to be after that, right? Moving Bus! It's called Moving Bus. Why is it called that? I don't know. You're right, I'm sorry, Carly! I got distracted by fanfiction. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today. Oh, okay, yes, I forgot about it. Oh, the snowplow. You're right. Anyway. Let us now reconvene. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has never been more ready. You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense's bench together since I debuted. Now that you mention it. Although back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. Jesus. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. He's still got that ego of his, though. Jesus, Phoenix. Prosecutor Blackwell, will the 7-year mistake now... With the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. Sorry, 1 second. Bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately. Even with those handcuffs on, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be... Handcuffs off. Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. Yeah, seriously. Ugh. Bobby Fulbright here. I hear I was needed on the stand, so here I am. Detective Fulbright. Do you know why you have been called to give testimony? Yep, because there's only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice. In justice we trust.
Objection!
Shut the fuck up. You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies. What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey. He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. He must be feeling awfully confident. Fulbright. If you wish to dispel our suspicions, then let's get on to your testimony. Alright, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that.
The embodiment of justice. I'm the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This lighter with her prints on it. So you're saying the suspicion against you is completely falsified, and that the defendant is the real culprit? That's right. Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder. We don't have any proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either. I guess you're right. But you can't define justice without evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice? It just is. Okay.
Objection!
Shut the fuck up! Don't make me break out a dictionary on you. Apollo! Please don't throw the book at me. Ugh. Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him. Let's just try not to lose focus, alright? But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence!
Shut the fuck up. Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it. Prosecutor Blackwell. Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections? That's fine, Your Honor. Oh, ha, ha. Now ask away and don't hold back. Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination. The embodiment of justice. Make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. Oh my god, the tequila. Don't taste good. It's like the aftershocks of it. Any proof?
Hold it!
My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory. Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning even behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it, in the victim's blood. Yes, that's true, but wait, Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial. If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright right down now. Especially about that lighter. He's right, but what exactly should I ask about? The number of prints, the position of the prints? Oh god, I don't know. The number of the prints or the position of the prints? Why would I care about those? The number of the prints, I guess, would be how many fingers were on it. Position, how she was holding it. Number of prints. I guess if there's only like one print, like one or two prints, then like how would she be holding a lighter like this? How you need like your whole hand to flick a lighter on. Not that I've ever flicked a lighter on, but still. So how many prints were found exactly? 3. The thumb, index finger, and the middle finger of the right hand. Weird. I wouldn't hold a lighter like that. Your Honor, that is an important statement. Could we please have it added to my testimony? You got it.
He beat me to it.
Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key. Okay. 3 prints are on the lighter. The thumb, the index, and the middle finger. With the right hand. Can also use one. That's gonna be. Biometric locks is a bit. I'm having a thought. It makes sense if Fulbright is the spy that the capsule went missing, because he would have had access to that since it was taken in as evidence. The propel the lighter in their left hand!
Objection!
You say the prints were from a right hand, is that correct? That's right, very clear prints. But that just doesn't add up. Huh? What doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh? So here is the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from a right hand instead of a left?
You're right. It doesn't make sense, does it?
Your Honor, this letter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water.
Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this.
I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints. But then, why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it.
What have you got, Detective?
The mirror. The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror.
Go on.
What? Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window of the boarding lounge 1, wasn't she? I believe so. If you mean the little window on the back to the right of the room, that's right. And across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror. I do remember seeing it. So are you saying? Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror.
I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they?
Now do you see?
That's the logic of pure justice.
Objection!
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof of what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection.
Silence!
Right, Dono. You'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it.
Huh? That's right. Besides, the letter couldn't have been in the left hand. And why not? Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That emblem was only on one side of the lighter. You're right. There's no emblem on the other side. Exactly. As blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. And if the culprit had held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem. Uh-oh. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. So if the culprit had held it in their left hand with the emblem out and visible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they held it in their right hand, they could easily open it and light it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand. Come back, my beautiful contradiction. It appears you planted a flower that bears no fruit.
See how it withers before my flower of justice. He's tough. He managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point. In justice we trust. Now do you see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad, so very sad. But I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Yeah, Apollo? Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? I knew it. You're lying, detective. Pardon me? Did he, like, scrub it off with acetone? You mean... Yes, my bracelet reacted to a statement about the emblem. I hate my bracelet. Like, there's something about it that I just hate. I don't know what it is. I wish she could say something cooler. I think is really what it is. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Justice Stone, are you to use that cheat of yours again? It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell. More margarita time. Maybe I can finish this and get it out of my fridge. It's been in my fridge for almost a full year because my friend left this at my house after my birthday last year. And it is almost my birthday again. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on then. We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up. Here goes then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat the last statement one more time? What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on the side that you can see when held in the right hand. Okay. Okay, so it's not his face. Maybe it's one of his hands.
Gotcha!
I spy a nervous tick. A tick. Maybe I should squash it then. That's not the kind of tick I had in mind. Could you please repeat your statement? I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on the side that you can see when held in the right hand. What? What happened? What the fuck? What the fuck happened? I mean, this is the hand that would have been stabbed. I'm so confused. Is there more than one nervous tick I was supposed to find?
Gotcha!
I spy a nervous tick. That's... Perceive the left hand. Right. You can now examine the lighter. I'm sorry. What do you mean? What is happening? What am I doing wrong?
Gotcha!
Did I just have it in the slightly wrong spot? Jesus Christ. Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase, the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster. Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about. Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it. But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence!
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you? What? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackwell. I'm not sure what this is about, but if Prosecutor Blackwell insists, it must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter. Good. Good. Maybe now we'll learn something new. I hope so. Now let's check every inch of this thing. So this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. See anything noteworthy? Huh? Hey, look at this! The emblem's actually some kind of button. Wow, it transformed into something. A handle? A trigger? Is this what I think it is? The lighter is a gun? The lighter is a gun. There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun. A what? I'm a gun. So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a 10 caliber. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. Looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene. I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun? Why would he bring that as evidence? Why would he do that? So when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster, that's right, whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind that any ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it was strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself. Ha 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 ha! There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the letter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum, then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out.
Objection!
Sure you didn't. Whenever you mentioned the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun. Accuse me all you want, but where is your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun? Not exactly.
And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. That proves she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene.
It would appear that the detective is right. Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what?
Although it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are. I have to make the following assertions coming from the prosecution side. The person who fired the gun is Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident, and the person that Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Terran, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all the defendant, Miss Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof. Now do you see? A man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. And I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair.
The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell?
Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm. But calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as the prosecutor. Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes's, but yours. Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. It's just, if the prints on the lighter are the basis for accusing Athena, I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean, you think this lighter might be forged evidence? That's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plan. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things. It is indeed. Have a look at this.
What's this? A lighter?
Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Yes, that happens to have compiled. I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. Yeah, he was acting fucking weird. We assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along. There's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? The owner of the prints. I bet you the fingerprint document he gave us was fake as hell. Are they really Athena's fingerprints? They definitely matched her print data. But what about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct? Yes. What about it? You say Miss Sykes' prints matched the print data. But I have to wonder, was the data you used official?
Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated?
I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official, sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case.
What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics.
Silence!
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun. Look at his smirk.
Very well then. Bailiff. It appears the official data is here.
And the results?
It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant. Yes. The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Terran.
Lighter updated in the court record. Interesting.
Those were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter.
I see. Come to think of it, wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints?
I personally removed his gloves during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all. When you took the deceased's fingerprints, you could have easily planted his print on the lighter with his blood, after which you wiped the blood off his hand. By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data. All to put the blame on Miss Sykes. This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit. So does this mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom? Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Excuse me. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Detective Fulbright, you were the one who could have... You were the only one who could have used that escape route. Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me, or so help me I will slash you to tiny slivers where you stand. Alright, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence!
It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already. But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. Sure you have. Undercover investigator? That sounds less than wholesome to me. A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright. That's right. I was working to track down the Phantom. But sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him. What?
Objection!
You're telling us this now? But if what you say is true, then who was the mystery person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbuck saw? It was the Phantom, I tell you. All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated lighter? That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Pinning the crime on Athena Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders. And you expect me to buy that? Fulbright, what was the Phantom's ultimate objective? I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you too. Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that psych profile you have on him. So he sent a buzzard of his own to tail me this past year, did he? I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. I don't know what to believe. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom, after all. With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you are vulnerable to a sniper's shot in this courtroom. Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of it now? But on the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright, if we can't find a flaw in his logic.
He's right. After we've come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wriggle free now. There, I finally told the truth. Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. I don't like that face you're making. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right? Don't respond. I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom. What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence!
Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom. I need Edgeworth to come in here with that evidence. I almost called him Fulbright. Fulbright's background. And the people who found the body. I need all of that now. Miles, please, I'm begging you. Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence. But I've known Fulbright here for a year now, and all this time he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie. Prosecutor Blackwell, this fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me, he actually became quite a nuisance, really. Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me? Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony. However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy, and don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that? Yes, thank you. Oh, thank you. Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing. Oh my god, Judge. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down a not guilty verdict with confidence. Very good. I'm very glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well. Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom, the man who killed Clay, will get away. I know, but... Ugh, what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Is this it? Is he going to get away just like that? Your boyfriend's coming with help. Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that, I'm off. Objection. Hold it. Edgeworth? Edgeworth, you coming in clutch? Oh, it's Athena. The defense? No, wait, not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet, and would like to see this trial continue. What? But I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges. It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over? Look at that! I love them so much! Athena, what are you doing? I hope we don't get held in contempt of court. I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you're no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done for you? Of course I am, and I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Athena, where are you going with these questions? I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all. What does that mean? We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie. That's it. With your special ability, we just might be able to stop him. Your Honor, the defense has been deeply traumatized by our accusations, or the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations.
Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow.
If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him? I love this, Athena.
Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting? Fulbright, I think you better have that counseling. Not you, too. You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it. But I thought you believed me.
Silence!
Oh, how you amuse me so. What's going on here?
That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon.
I knew you would catch on, Athena.
Huh? Mind filling me in here? Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright because he knew I'd noticed if there was a lack of emotions, like joy or relief in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart. What? You two were working together just now?
Come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart.
You got it. Time to check the instant replay. Widget, mon ami, let's do this. I love her. I love both of them. Ugh. Thank you for believing in me, Prosecutor Blackwell. Undercover investigator. Stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. I'm a bad, bad person for cooperating with such a man. But he took my family hostage. What else could I do? Even with all his over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotions at all? It's just like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom Psych profile. Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom. Oh god. Hey, what's going on? Wait, hold on. What do you think you're doing, Detective? Me? I'm not doing anything. You're trying to hack into the Mood Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this. Ah.
Fancy device you have there. But I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you.
Sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking. More like as a spy. Thanks, Prosecutor Blackwell. There. Now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotions from us. Lack of emotions? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, you've wounded me very deeply with that accusation. What's going on? All of a sudden, I'm getting an overwhelmingly happy reading. Oh, but he's literally crying us a river over there. Oops, my mistake. How about this? Next now he's angry all of a sudden. What's he trying to pull?
Like as not, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. It's just as it says in Dr. Sykes' profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation.
Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right?
Precisely. Which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions.
Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell. You're correct. It's the result of my daily training. A very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know. More like for us spies. Seriously. But I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute. I think I know. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective. Feeling I'm trying to hide? That's a good one.
You're the one who have been saying I'm a phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess.
And then you have no objections to me analyzing you, right?
No, analyze away. But I will state it again, I am not the phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect, because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do.
Me, the phantom? I wish that's like everything. I'm so sad. See, I told you I have emotions. How dare you accuse me? Maybe this? Okay. How dare you accuse me of being someone who would kill over a moon rock? No. It'd be a long shot, but there really isn't a real emotion mixed in here somewhere. Then it's possible it would be the one emotion that doesn't disappear. Okay. They all disappear at some point. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, it's this sadness. The sadness never goes away. I found it. I found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. How much do we want to bet this person trying to follow me on Instagram isn't a real person? Definitely not. When you talked about the moon rock, you felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear? Huh. Oh, that's sad. That wasn't sadness, that was fear. Okay. Whatever. A fear that man with hardly any emotions feels, huh? And it was a response to that moon rock. Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because you you lost it? You failed to steal it? It doesn't feel like either of those is the thing. So I assume it's the identity thing. Of course. That's it. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He's top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. There's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all.
Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. The margarita's starting to hit me a little bit. You are afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid.
Whoa! Knocking things over. Knocking over my vinyl. I'm just gonna pour the rest of this in this cup. And we're gonna drink it. And I can, whoop! I just spilled that on my keyboard. Oh, good. Okay, it was only a splash. It was a small splash. We're good. I don't think it really got in there. It just got on the side. Like on the edge. I think we're okay. We're good. We're good, y'all. Just stop drinking because now you're just eepy. That is the risk with drinking, is getting eepy. I'm sure if I stood up right now, I would, let's see, I'd be drunk, like, realize I'm drunker than I am. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, mostly fine. I mean, all I had for dinner was like a sandwich, so. Although I am kind of eating these little donuts too. I don't know what you're talking about. There really is something about the moon rock that will reveal his identity? Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock, but more like he had to take it with him. Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity. Oh! Where do you think you're going? Me? I'm not going anywhere. Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try to get away? I'm gonna eat this. How many more of those toys does he have? And where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock? In justice we trust, not emotions, Mr. Lawyer. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid? Don't make me laugh. What was that just now? But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis serve no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era where evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway? Well, I admit I don't have any conventional proof, but I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits. Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery. I love that all three of them are behind the bench. Oh, I love them so much. Hi, Black Bull Taka. Look at him without his shackles. All I hear is distrust. As you can see, the people are on my side. Because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine. But it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people. Uh-oh. He's got Athena doubting herself.
Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses and has been key in getting to the truth. What nonsense. Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock. I see. Very well, I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is.
But, Your Honor...
There, you see? Nobody believes you in your trumped-up charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analysis can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do this firsthand, several times already. Surely you jest.
So does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor?
Yes, I believe your claims, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge, for making maybe one of the first smart decisions. I feel like the judge in this game got some brain cells. I don't know what it is about in this game, but he got a little, like one brain cell. He gained one brain cell. So maybe he has two now. He had a grandchild, yep. That's exactly what it is. Him having a grandchild somehow gave him, he got a +1 to wisdom instead of a -1 to wisdom. That is the court's, or he got a neutral score to wisdom maybe now instead of a -1. That is the court's opinion on this matter. Then that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell the court the reason for your fear.
Analytical psychology? My fears. Fine. I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence.
Okay. Witness testimony. My fear of the moon rock. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice. Yeah, sure you are, fuckwad. And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock?
Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any 2-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence.
Yeah, what did you think that was gonna do against fucking Blackwell?
The Phantom is like the mist. New flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it, right, Dono? With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable phantom fellow to the other world together. You and I, Prosecutor Blackwell, we have a duty to bring the phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. Indeed, by covering for Athena, I allowed the phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust of my murder conviction. I bear part of the responsibility as well, for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the dark age of the law. Then it is also our burden to cut away the foul specter we created, is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people.
I love this. I love the two of them fighting together. That's my favorite part of the final case of any game, is the prosecutors and the defense attorneys teaming up to take down that bastard. Except for the third game, which is maybe my favorite game, because Godot was the guilty party. But you know, that's neither here nor there. I still love that man a lot. Oh, I love that man. Anyway, trust, understanding, fragile emotions, fragile ideals in the masses who are controlled by emotions.
Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing.
Objection!
Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies anyway. Always. Alright. Cross-examination. I felt fear because it reminded me of the Phantom. I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all.
Hold it!
I don't like this statement. You can't think of a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of the rock? I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have any feelings. How can someone like me, with my wealth of emotions, be expected to understand the guy? The Phantom, a person with very few emotions, would only be afraid of something really big, like his cover getting blown big. I'm willing to bet that the moon rock has something to do with his identity, but what? Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints are on the rock. The fingerprints could be wiped off. Then maybe he wanted the rock so bad he literally drooled on it and left his DNA. We're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob. True. But maybe the DNA part isn't too far off. Huh? Something unexpected happened to him during the incident 7 years ago. Got stabbed! I just know I have something that could show why the Phantom is afraid of the moon rock. I'll just continue with my testimony while you're pondering then, if you don't mind. Okay, so it's gotta be something here.
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is. Of course, that's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Terran. That's right, and the exact same type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand. Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall. He dodged it first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Miss Sykes then stated that she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock, and the man wears fucking gloves. Oh my god. And he was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene. You mean if we ran the analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is? Yes, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing. That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail. You can? Of course. Not. You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me. What this court needs is a bully-free zone. Ah, the infamous sword of the beguiling bluff. Its edges without compare. Come now, ready it with me and show us just how finely it cuts. Your Honor, this is an outrage. Oh, I mean, this is an outrage! Ugh. Go on, right, Dono. Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. Oh, you're right. But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then. All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. Does this mean the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center? In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible.
And why's that?
The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, and especially the lab, but the moon rock was never found. How can I forget about that? A sad but true fact. We still haven't a grasp on how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether. There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in the 7 years after that either. He probably put it in the capsule, and then it got sent to space. And it was on, that satellite for 7 years. That would be my guess. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. But how? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think. Yup. How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab? So, can you or can you not show what happened in the moon rock, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can, Your Honor. What? Oops, sorry. I mean, what? Oh my god, this man is falling apart. In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene? I assume the Hope Capsule. That's the Hope Capsule, right? The one that went up with the Hat 1 rocket. He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. Get this fake nasty bitch, yeah. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope Capsule that was there in the lab that day. Yes, and the team must have loaded it into the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have been launched into space along with the rocket. Preposterous. It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was... Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. It was out there in the depths of space, aboard the Hope space probe. What? Everybody but Phoenix is like, oh my god. Order in the court. I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat 1 anyway. The villain used his primary objective to conveniently kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission and returned 7 years later, with the capsule in tow. If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. Yeah, but the capsule's still missing! So we killed Clay just so we could get the moon rock back? I believe so. His original assignment may have been just to sabotage the Hat too, but at the same time he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung onto that capsule for all he was worth until his very last breath. This is so funny. You make me laugh, you really do.
Well, he's totally out of whack now.
It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit to it all now? There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. I'm not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes, a trap.
You know how I can tell I'm a little bit drunk? My face is numb. Touching my face is a little numb.
Now I'm not sure what to think. I suppose if the Phantom was a spy worth his salt, a trap is out of the question. Girly pop.
What, your face doesn't get kind of numb, Carly? Oh god, I'm punching the mic. That's another reason. I get a little bit numb. I'm honestly all over, but especially my face. I'm not like drunk, but it's definitely starting to hit me. I'm gonna drunk text BB after this. Anyway.
Objection!
But in that case, you could say anything is a trap. I don't think your face should be numb. That's what happens to me when I drink. Is my face, it's not like fully numb. Like I can feel that I'm touching my face. It's just like significantly less than usual. That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order.
Silence!
Yeah, like kind of, I guess. Like it's like just like reduced sensation. I don't know. I don't feel like that's a weird symptom. I feel like that's a thing. I don't know. Further investigation, more like plotting your escape. I have it a little bit right now, yeah. Hard to describe. Yeah, it's hard to describe. Like I'm not, like I can tell I'm touching my face, but it's like, I don't know, delayed sensation? I don't know. Unless, but no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must, here and now. I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackwell. Hey, you guys aren't really... Are they gonna fucking... Are they gonna fucking duel? Oh, hi! It's you! You're back! Looks like I made it just in time. You have all the evidence that I was talking about, like, what? 40 minutes ago? Edgeworth! I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts. Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity? You might say that. I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition systems, but none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright. That's not good. But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell, you'd best brace yourselves. What are you about to say? Uh-oh. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. Holy shit! Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Oh my god! An unidentified body was found a year ago. Holy shit! It has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. Then does this mean... Yes, that man there is an imposter, pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. Holy shit! An imposter? This man? Who in the world is he? Oh, he's got question marks as his name now. That's amazing. Enough of your trickery. If you will not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you. What the? No! His face! What the fuck? Aw, look what you did to my mask. Mask? What is the meaning of this, witness? Okay, you got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now. I'm scared. What is happening? What is... Are you kidding me? Wait, but that's... Oh my god! Did I say that earlier? Oh my god! But that's... Hey, Apollo. It's me, Solomon Starbuck. Mr. Starbuck, that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence!
Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat 1, which was set to be destroyed.
Okay, is this a second mask? Yeah, this is just another mask. Okay. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. Jesus Christ. That was incredible, though. what a good fucking... Not so fast. I have the Phantom Psych profile right here. We compile a Psych profile on you and compare the results. It will prove that you're the Phantom. Oh. It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the end justifies the means. That voice, those words. God, who do we think it is? Stop! Stop! I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes. Professor Means? Mask? I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now give me that evidence. Oh god, he took it. Huh? This is not good. Time to take out the trash. Permanently. Oh, fuck. How could you? And now do you see how powerful the end justifies the means can be?
Silence!
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face. Ah, but that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all. Or perhaps it really is the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look into a mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager. Well, aren't you just the master of psychology, Blackwell? That's right. I don't know who I am. I am always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like, or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. What's with this guy? Is he even still human? And now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright. Oh, huh? I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom. I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, your claims of a phantom trap won't work anymore. Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope capsule? I think I will do just that. Get ready, because the Hope capsule is about to seal your... Phoenix is missing! Phoenix is missing! You idiot! Fudge! Oh my god. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence, and it was blown to smithereens. Looks like you have finally caught on. Full marks for the defense for effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion. Alright, I have finished the alcohol. So that's the real reason the courtroom was blown up. Oh! I'm dropping shit. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. I can't believe it. Have we really reached the dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed? How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer. Okay, Phoenix. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. At least put some weight behind your swing, right, Dono? I know, I'm trying. There's only one thing that can unmask this menace, the moon rock. That was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment still exists? It's there! Guys, it's there! Hey guys, it's right there! And yes, you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the side of the picture. I forgot about that shit! Very well, Mr. Wright, let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove Take that! Isn't this the bomb that blew up the courtroom, and the moon rock along with it? Are you saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity? Yes, Your Honor. I'm so excited. Focus your attention on this photo taken after the bombing, specifically right here. Oh my god. Oh my god! Please take a look at this newspaper article. This article about the hat won. Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock. And when we look at this photo of the bomb frag, I'm so excited. I feel like I'm screaming. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm so loud. See how there's a rock-like object with the same coloration? Oh my, yes, I see it! It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing on the bomb will prove the witness is indeed the Phantom. Unbelievable! But that's impossible. A surprise to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let's have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, Fulbright. Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. I'm freaking out. Prosecutor Blackwell, what did the test results show? There was a rock fragment that had blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed. Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed. They confirmed it was the witness's blood, did they? There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it, you are the Phantom.
Objection!
What? Huh? Wait a minute. Did he put on our face? Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. Huh? I knew it. Oh, fuck you. Go fuck yourself. It was a pretty good objection, too. Don't you think? I hate this so much. I hate this so much. Seeing Phoenix in a white suit is wrong. Now he's me? So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor. No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright. Could this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the Phoenix question mark? Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph, and those just like it, How can you be sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it, but how do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove they're the moon rock, right?
Objection!
Don't you dare use my fucking embarrassed face. Don't be absurd. Just compare the fragments with the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody can see that they're the same. They have the exact same coloration.
Objection!
But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be here. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
I feel like I'm screaming. I'm so sorry. But your blood was found on one of the fragments. Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago I tripped and fell in this very courtroom and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way into a piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet, I suppose it's not completely out of the question. I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I'm gonna murder you. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Well, then why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify if they were from the moon rock or from the moon rock in the robotics lab or not. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible. And why not? In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you need a sample from the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. But that moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. So, you see, short of going back in time, sorry, my house is making noises. There's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from that moon rock. Oh! No! What is Phoenix doing? Why is he going like this? There's really no way to prove it? What is he doing? Are you finally ready to throw in the towel?
Objection!
The way that they're looking at me! That is so funny! Apollo and Athena. So the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? Oh, we have the earring! That's right, it was such a valuable rock, too. A shame, really. Look at that fucking smirk. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it, right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. The final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do? We do, even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. Is that true, Mr. Wright? Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. The piece of evidence that shows the original moon rock isn't completely lost. Yes! But just about the only thing my mother left with me, or widget. And this earring. Maybe she did love me, in her own way. Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left you with a very important piece of evidence. She did? You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own. Yeah. Oh! You mean? Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us hope for the future. This is the defense's sample of the moon.
Take that!
That's your sample. This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from that original moon rock. What? All this time? It was right here all along? All this time. Mixing up all my voices. It's fine. No. It can't be. If the composition of the bomb fragments and the earring are found to be a match, then it will prove beyond the shadow of a doubt the origin of the fragments of this photo. And since the test results showed that the blood in the fragment was yours, this means the identity that you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide? I don't have an identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all of my emotions behind years ago.
Objection!
Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. And I suppose you do. I didn't have anybody to support me at first, either. I couldn't face the fear inside me. Couldn't get over the trauma of my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself? How can I run from myself? When there's nothing inside. Nothing at all.
Objection!
I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand. But people have emotions. It's just a fact of life. So people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? The fear inside of me? Is this? No. Ooh, I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel fear. You can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on. With your own true face. I can't. My own true face? No, please, don't. I know you're here. Where are you? See, I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest. My own true face. I don't have one. My face. No. Yeah, we're gonna cycle through a couple of masks. Is this my face? Is it? No, that's not it. No. This isn't me either. Is this me? Which one is my face? What am I? Who am I? Did he get assassinated? Oh my God. I need to move my body because I just had the sense I couldn't feel my own limbs. Anyway. A sniper attack at this very courtroom. It chills me to my bones.
Why is nobody freaking out? What do you mean? That you're not like Judge, how is this your reaction to somebody being fucking murdered in front of you? But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how is Detective Fulbright, his imposter, doing? He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. Coward! Show me his face! He appears to be in no danger of dying. Okay, so the judge's reaction is a little bit more understandable. Well, it was fortunate for all of us. The analysis of that final piece of evidence Wright Dono submitted is in. The composition of Miss Sykes' earring and the fragment with the blood on it match. We can now be certain that it is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present. The bombing of courtroom number 4. Excuse me. And all of his other crimes are numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of other things we wish him to tell us about, after all. I need this case to finish soon, because, boy howdy do I need to pee. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But before I do, will the defendant please return to her proper place? Yes, Your Honor. Go piss, girl. I think I will once we get the not guilty. I'll probably take a 1-minute long break and go piss, girl. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes, not guilty! Oh, my girl. Look at them! Everybody's so happy. I'm delighted. Court is adjourned. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna take just like literally a minute. I'm gonna go speed pee. I'll be right back. Speed pee completed. Just in time for an ad break. Wow. Drunker than I thought. If that wasn't obvious. From the last, probably 10 minutes. Also, the last 20 seconds. I'm finally, tomorrow, have my therapy appointment that I was supposed to have a whole month ago. So I better be awake by noon so I can have my therapy appointment. Maybe think of that car dealership commercial that talks about challenge pissing. I'm sorry, what? Sorry, I just swallowed my own. Swallowed my own spit. Or inhaled my own spit. Anyway. Congratulations, Mr. Nick. Thank you, Pearls. Thank you for being there for Athena. It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Daddy, I'm so glad to see you. Trucy, are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up. Of course you were. Oh god. Let me open that so I can watch it later. Home of challenge pissing? Okay. I paused it. That's our Trucy for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe. Hi, husband. Right, I fear I owe you another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth. We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you. Oh, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the ones who gave Blackwell. You were the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as a prosecutor, right? Yes. Well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial. Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was key to its successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it that I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? So you figured it out, did you? Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? It should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal. Well, I owed you a few favors. Hey, Edgeworth. Think we can finally bring the dark age of the law to an end? Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. I was worried about the delay, because that was ridiculous. What do you... Oh, about my, like, therapy thing? That was also just me not calling. I should have called, like, 3 weeks ago. Like, I should have called Tuesday. The Tuesday after... Like, I was supposed to have therapy on Monday. I should have called Tuesday. I didn't. You know what prompted me to call them today? Was that I got a text from CVS that was like, your doctor still hasn't approved your 3-month supply. You should you should call them. So I was like, oh, maybe I should call them. And I was home alone, and it just struck me in the right moment to have motivation. No, I'm on a monthly thing. We check in every month. I don't know what. This was like the first therapist on the list. I think they're just really like a psychiatrist that just prescribes you medicine. I think that's what she is. I don't know. I should probably be seeing an actual therapist, but I think she's just a psychiatrist. I don't know. But she prescribes me my antidepressant. So, we'll see. Part of me wants to see if they can up the dose still, because your girl's not sleeping super well. I'm less anxious, for sure. The anxiety is a lot more under control. But I'm still very forgetful, and I'm not sleeping super good. Still. So we'll see. But I'm also nervous to up it because I'm hoping in the next couple of weeks to be back on birth control. And that'll be a whole, I feel like part of my chemical imbalance has been because I've been off my birth control that I was on for like 9 years. But I'm going on a different birth control that's like I think my last birth control, this is maybe TMI, but I'm drunk, so I'll talk about it. I think my last birth control was like a mixture of estrogen and progesterone, but the one that I'm hoping to go on is just progesterone, I think is what it is. I don't know, I want to go on the implant that goes in your arm, the Nexplanon. It's not TMI. I'm talking about women's health. Anybody watching on YouTube, enjoy the discussions of women's health. But women's health, that's illegal. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, I just hit the thing on accident. So it's different. It's a different makeup of birth control, but that's okay. But I need my insurance to fucking approve it. I'm gonna call on Wednesday, my doctors, and be like, hey, you said it'd be 2 to 3 weeks, and it's been 3 weeks. Can you give me an update? So we'll see on Wednesday. They can tell me when I'll be getting this fucking shit in my arm, because I'm on my period right now. And when I was at the DOI, and they were like, oh, we should put it in, like, you know, around in the 5 days after your cycle range. Well, I'm on it right now, guys. So can we do it? Insurance, Cigna, can you approve it, please? Thank you. Besides, now that Prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of the mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away. I feel like you guys are assuming this is gonna cycle through, like, really fast. People are mistrustful for a long time. You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It won't kill you. Instead, the furrows on that brow of yours are just getting deeper and deeper. Let me smooch them away. So I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it. Ah, the complicated love-hate relationship between long-time rivals. It's just, Athena, it's just love. Hey, it's just deep, 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 deep love. Soulmates. Athena. I knew it. I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas. Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Just barely. But I still made it. Oh. That a girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out. Yes, I survived by the skin of my teeth, thanks to you. Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that. It was never my intention to just throw my life away. But some things in this world are more important than your own life. Like what? My honor-bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure. Huh? That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through. Well, looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It took all of us together to pull it off. You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh? It was definitely the most amazing turnabout we've ever seen. I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm going to work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Right Anything Agency. Well, nobody's going to try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Simon is free thanks to Mr. Wright. But there are so many more people out there who need our help. You're right, and I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us if we ever hope to fully bring the dark age of the law to a close. Hey, I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles. Huh? Nothing like a bowl of Eldune's noodles after a trial, all on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Right Anything Agency, right, Mr. Wright? Huh? As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work. In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles. Huh? I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman? Guys? Under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in. Hey, no fair. I want to say it too. Okay. Here we go. Objection! Oh my god, I get to press a button! Objection! Ah! Another one down! I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Polly now that he's back. So I decided to go around and get a bunch of jobs for him to do. Find a lost cat, install an air conditioner, give a computer lesson, find a lost item. You think I should have found him a few legal cases? Nah, that's okay. This is the Right Anything Agency after all. What do you mean? Fulbright was the spy. Tina and Apollo are so wonderful in court. I better study as much as I can if I want to be a judge someday. My grandma says, eat lots of peppers and they'll ignite your passion. Oh, but I shouldn't figure out which to grow, green peppers or yellow peppers. Maybe I should go with the hot as the sun red peppers instead. He's not dead. He just got shot in, like, the arm. I thought he was dead, too, but he is not dead. Well, okay, original Fulbright is dead. The spy is dead.
Under the dark age of the law, you say? Tisk, how naive. Don't you know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? What? They're putting me under investigation? The chief prosecutor wants to see me? Eek!
Okay, we did not learn who he is. That's fair. But I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to know what his stupid fucking face looks like, but
I've been asked to debut the great masked wrestler Lustreal Temataro.
he's scheduled to go up against the Amazing Ninetales next, though.
Oh, what to do? A fight to the finish with myself.
Why don't you just ask Mr. Demon Lawyer to be the Amazing Ninetales, too?
It's not a bad idea. I better be all for it. Caw. So as we meet as foes or something friends.
I didn't read that fast enough. This text is going really fast.
Would you believe it? I'm Alderman in Ninetales Vale now. Pretty impressive, huh? I took over after Rex Cubey got for the good of my beloved village. What do you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out? Hey you, what do you think you're doing sticking to the manor? Oh, the jig's up, better make a run for it.
That was a policeman talking, not him. The text is going so fast, I just have to do it. I thought I wanted to be an artist, but after seeing the amazing job Athena did, I started becoming genuinely interested in law, so I'm studying for the bar exam. I'm going to prosecute Athena someday. Use S-E-E-E. I'm studying the buns off too, but not for the bar exam. I'm going to pass the Themis entrance exam with my own merit this time. With a score of 100 points, of course. Juniper, our dream will live on forever! You Mr. 25-year-old in a high school. I found really sweet boxes for all three of them, but they won't wear them. Is it because I want to be a legal journalist instead of a lawyer or a judge? But anyway, thanks for the trial. The school newspaper's future is as bright as can be. Now let's see what the fresh blood have to say in the new school paper. Our editor cried so hard at graduation rehearsal, her cardboard box got soggy. This is really like a game of how fast can I remember what their voice sounds like. The one night only reunion concert. I still remember that evening of passion. Passion? The president of the student council sang like no high school student I've ever seen. When she's a judge in her own court someday, I'd love to have a jam session with her. It'd better be the coolest trial ever, yeah? I can already hear it now. Hi. I couldn't even get to react to Clever being here. God, I love him. I gave this place a good cleaning from top to bottom, but it's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I can do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. With Miss Maya due to come here once her training is over, it simply must be done. Maya next game. I'm so excited to see her.
Ha ha ha, humanity's dream for outer space will never die. In fact, planning for the Het 3 rocket has already officially begun. Look upon me, people of this great nation, and witness the glory of Yuri Cosmos. What do you... Oh, director. Yes, rocket preparations are fully complete. Yes! You just leave everything to me. Assistant Director Yuri Cosmos.
Oh, I got demoted. Who else are we gonna see?
I'm going to the moon in the new rocket. If Athena or Mommy Metis come to the moon, I would love to show them around. But which is more interesting? Montes Pyrenees or Maris Tranquillatius? Was you thinking they would like either one? Yay! Hooray! I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I just want you to use me again, like you used to.
Ponko and Clonko. I could not read what Blanco was saying at the end there. That was language I didn't understand. Ready for launch? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! I'm going to the moon for real this time, for me and for Clay. Thanks to my lawyers, I know I should never give up. But I'm worried. You can't breathe in space, and in fact, it's cold as heck. Oh man, now I'm getting really nervous. God, who else are they gonna pull out? I mean, there's definitely gonna be the sister. Oh, hi.
No, I am not employed here. I simply came to request their services in defense of my sister. But no one's around, and I've been kept waiting for a long time. And what sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused, and you wish for Athena's to defend him? Then perhaps he and I shall meet in a courtroom in the near future.
Oh my God. Okay, Simon. I look forward to meeting you next month's salary assessment.
Please forgive me.
Hi, Edgeworth.
Blackwell's acquittal has brought all manner of ills in the prosecutor's office to light. It would seem solving that case has thawed the chill of winter in the warmth of spring. Now I owe Wright yet another debt of gratitude, but I will repay him one day. You can trust in that.
By fucking him, anyway. I'm really on something tonight. Look at Wright looking so handsome. Apollo! Oh my God, I can't believe the game is over! Bones? Bones? We call that Bones? Oh my God. That was really good. This game was really easy compared to the last ones. Bone! Bone! Anyway. Didn't think about the, what's it called? Brooklyn Nine-Nine reference. Anyway, this game was very easy compared to the last ones. I know, rip Andre Brower. Oh, you will be missed. You are missed. Oh. But that was really good. This last case was really good. These last two. Oh my God. Animation work. Bones. Maybe, is Bones a company? The twists were wild. I was not expecting Bobby Fulbright. Not at all. Hi, Clavier. I love you. I'm glad you were in the game for like 5 seconds. Same with Edgeworth, but Clavier's 3D model was much better than Edgeworth's. That was really good. Oh my God. Check another one off the list. Now we just have Spirit of Justice. And then Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. And then we played every Phoenix Wright game. After Spirit of Justice, we can say we played all the official ones. And we just have the one spin-off. Oh my God. That was really good. Even the game, like, I don't know if this is my favorite. I mean, no, it's definitely not my favorite. I don't know if this is my least favorite. But it's definitely not near the top of the list of my favorite games. But I still really enjoyed it. That's the thing. Like, even my least favorite game I really liked, you know? I didn't hate any of these games. Like, I think was not Spirit of Justice. What was the second game? Whatever game 2 is. I can't remember the name of it. I'm a little too drunk to remember it. It's probably my least favorite game because that game is so fucking weird. The circus case may be the worst case in all all of Ace Attorney. But It does have some really good cases in it still. Just like the last case is good, and it sets up a lot for game 3, which might be my favorite game. But this game is still really fun. Crazy, but really fun. Do we have post?
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
Hi, Simon. Oh my gosh, with their hair down.
Mr. Starbuck!
You'll be fine. Just believe in yourself.
The moon's closer than you think!
Look at them.
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
All right.
Those dorks, I love them. My face hurts from smiling. Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache, honesty as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us up toward a brighter tomorrow. And oh my god. What the fuck? Congrats, you've unlocked a special bonus in the music and background settings. Is this the Marvel vs. Capcom kind of fight screen? What was that? Hold on. Please. No. I'll do that. Another day. Duel Destinies, yeah. Oh. That hurts. That hurts a lot. Anyway, I was hoping to see whatever that fucking picture was. These are cool. Okay. Well, that was fucking awesome. Here it is. Oh, here it is. The character select screen is so much fun. Oh my god, these three are grayed out because they're not in the game. Godot and Francisca and Maya. This is so much fun. Yeah, be the judge. he's got almost, like in this shot, like I know that there's a fanon that Phoenix has heterochromia, and in this picture it kind of looks like he does. But it also kind of looks like Apollo does too. Anyway, alright, let me close the game before I just keep going. Or I get lost in the sauce. For the alcohol do it to me. Thank you guys for hanging out. Oh my god, that was so good. That was so good. I was take another one off the fucking box. That was amazing. Make her stay hydrated. You too, girly pop. Make sure you drink some water before you go to bed, my love. And maybe eat more than just a donut. Maybe eat some real food more than just a donut. That was great. Oh my god. So next week, I'm pretty sure I have nothing going on again. For once in my life, my Fridays are pretty open. 22nd. Yep. So next week, we'll start Spirit of Justice. I'm so excited to start Spirit of Justice. And we get I think this Spirit of Justice is where we get like 4 more Apollo backstories to my knowledge. Like we got 1 Apollo backstory in this game, which is really just like Apollo had a friend and then he died. But I think in Spirit of Justice we get like a lot of Apollo sad backstory. You had dinner too? Good. Very glad. Yeah, not the toppest tier. I would say it's down at near the bottom of my favorites, but I still enjoyed it. Like, that's the thing. Even the games that are not my favorites, I thoroughly enjoy. There hasn't been a game in the series that I've hated. I got close with that circus case. That circus case was really bad. That's probably my least favorite case by like a mile and a half. Not only because there was creepy ass grooming going on, but just like it didn't make any sense. The flying statue, bust head. Anyway, that is a discussion for when we finally beat those last 2 games and I have a tier list night where I just talk about these games for 4 hours. But thank you guys for hanging out. I really appreciate it. You guys are the best. I love you very much. Thank you for hanging out for this slightly longer stream. Actually, this is like a normal length of stream, which is a nice change of pace for a final case of a game that I'm not streaming for 8 hours. I love that for me. I'm so glad that I played half of this case last week. So next week we will hit the ground running with Spirit of Justice. At least get the tutorial case done, if not the beginning of the first real case. And that'd be very exciting. I'm so excited. Guys, I love Ace Attorney. I love Ace Attorney so much. Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed and maybe drunkenly text BB. Just for the hell of it. He'll be awake. He's probably gonna be awake till like 4 in the morning, because that's his style on the weekends. And also, apparently on work nights, he's awake till 3 in the morning. Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed. I love you guys so much, and I love Ace Attorney so much. And I didn't intend to get drunk tonight, but here we are. Here we are. I love you guys very much. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your Friday night, what's left of it, and a fan-freaking-tabulous weekend. And I will see you guys all next week, alright? Goodbye!